Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The evening rain fell gently upon Wayne Manor, each droplet tapping against the ancient windows in a rhythm as old as time itself. The storm that had raged through Gotham the previous night had softened into this steady, peaceful percussion, transforming the Gothic estate into something almost dreamlike in the gathering twilight. Water traced delicate paths down leaded glass, creating ever-shifting patterns that caught the last rays of dying sunlight, painting the interior walls with liquid shadows that danced and swayed like living things. Bruce Wayne stood in the east wing of his ancestral home, surveying the water damage with the careful eye of both detective and caretaker. This section of the manor, largely unused since his childhood, bore the accumulated dust of decades alongside the fresh dampness from the storm's intrusion. The air carried the scent of wet plaster and aged wood, mingled with something else. The distinctive aroma of secrets long hidden, now threatening to surface like old bones working their way up through rain-softened earth. The floorboards creaked beneath his feet, each sound a note in the manor's ancient symphony. His fingers traced along the damaged wall, feeling the bubbled paint and compromised plaster, but his mind was already working beyond the surface damage. Years of training had taught him to see patterns where others saw only chaos, to recognize the deliberate within the apparently accidental. Alfred appeared at the doorway, carrying a silver tray with hot tea, his expression showing the particular blend of concern and resignation that came from decades of service to the Wayne family. The butler moved with his characteristic quiet efficiency, his footsteps barely disturbing the dust motes that danced in the fading light. "I've contacted the restoration specialists, Master Bruce," he said, setting the tray on a dust-covered side table with practiced care. "Do you begin work as early as tomorrow morning?" Bruce didn't turn from his examination of the damaged wall. Water had seeped through a section of the ceiling, causing the plaster to bubble and crack in patterns that resembled an ancient map of unknown territories. Behind the damage, something caught his eye, an inconsistency in the wall's construction that his trained mind immediately recognized as deliberate concealment. The way the newer plaster met the old, the slight difference in texture and color that would be invisible to casual observation, but stood out like a beacon to someone who had spent years learning to see what others missed. "That won't be necessary, Alfred," Bruce said quietly, running his fingers along the edge of where old plaster met newer construction. "At least, not immediately." Alfred moved closer, his own keen observation skills noting what Bruce had discovered. The butler's eyes, still sharp despite his advancing years, traced the same patterns Bruce had identified. "Ah," he said simply, understanding between them without need for elaboration. In their long partnership, they had developed a communication that transcended words, built on shared experiences and mutual trust. "Shall I fetch your tools, sir?" "Please," Bruce replied, already calculating the age of the construction, the methods used, the likely purpose of such concealment. As Alfred departed, Bruce continued his examination, noting how the hidden section had been expertly crafted, to match the surrounding architecture. The workmanship spoke of professional skill and deliberate intent. Someone had wanted this hidden, but hidden in a way that would endure. The tools Alfred returned with were precise instruments rather than crude demolition equipment. Bruce worked methodically, removing layers of plaster and lath with archaeological care. Each piece was set aside carefully, maintaining the option to reconstruct what he was now deconstructing. Behind the false wall, a narrow space revealed itself, and within that space, a door. Heavy oak, well preserved despite its age, bearing a lock that would have been considered sophisticated for its time. The door itself was a work of art, its wood grain perfectly preserved, brass fittings tarnished but intact. Someone had cared for this hidden space, at least for a time. The craftsmanship spoke of an era when such things were built to last, when secrets were physical things that required physical barriers. "I don't recall this addition to the manor's blueprints," Alfred observed, though his tone suggested he wasn't entirely surprised. Wayne Manor held many secrets, accumulated across generations of a family that had always walked the line between Gotham's light and shadow. The butler had served 3 generations of Waynes, and each had contributed their own mysteries to the family legacy. The lock, though old, yielded to Bruce's expertise. The tumblers fell into place with well-oiled precision, suggesting regular maintenance, until some point in the past when the room had been sealed and forgotten. The door opened on hinges that whispered rather than creaked, revealing darkness beyond that seemed to swallow the beam of Bruce's flashlight. The first thing that struck him was the smell. Not the mustiness of abandonment he had expected, but the clinical scent of a medical facility, mixed with old paper and leather. It was a combination that immediately brought memories flooding back. Memories of visiting his father at Gotham General, of the particular mixture of antiseptic and humanity that defined hospitals of that era. It was a study, but more than that, it was a medical research facility in miniature. Along one wall stood filing cabinets of a style popular in the 1970s and early 1980s, their olive-green metal surfaces showing no signs of rust despite the years. A desk dominated the center of the room, its surface still bearing the tools of methodical investigation. Fountain pens dried in their wells, papers yellowed with age, a pair of reading glasses folded neatly beside a leather-bound journal. The desk itself was massive, carved from dark wood that had aged to an almost black patina. Its drawers secured with locks that promised additional secrets. Medical equipment occupied another section, vintage but high quality, including a microscope that would have been cutting edge in its day, an electrocardiogram machine with paper rolls still loaded, and specimen containers arranged with obsessive precision. A pharmaceutical cabinet stood against one wall, its glass doors revealing bottles and vials whose contents had long since degraded, but whose labels remained legible. But it was the walls that drew Bruce's immediate attention. Charts covered every available surface, connected by colored strings like a conspiracy theorist's vision board. Yet these were no wild speculations. As Bruce approached, he recognized the precision of the work, the methodical nature of the connections being drawn. These were medical genealogies, tracking genetic traits through family lines with scientific rigor that would have been impressive even by modern standards. "Thomas," Alfred breathed, having followed Bruce into the hidden study. The name hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. This was Dr. Wayne's private workspace. Bruce nodded slowly, his hands already reaching for the nearest file. The manila folder felt brittle beneath his fingers, its edges softened by years of handling. His father had been many things: doctor, philanthropist, father. But this room suggested another role, one deliberately hidden from the world. The file in his hands bore a familiar name, Cobblepot. Inside, medical records spanning 3 generations documented a metabolic disorder that ran through the family line, affecting body shape, temperature regulation, and behavioral patterns. The documentation was exhaustive. Growth charts showing the progression of the condition across generations, blood test results indicating hormonal imbalances, psychiatric evaluations noting increasing antisocial tendencies, correlating with physical symptoms. And throughout it all, his father's meticulous notes in handwriting Bruce recognized from birthday cards and prescriptions written for childhood ailments. As Bruce examined file after file, a pattern emerged that chilled him despite the room's musty warmth. These weren't simply medical records. They were comprehensive genetic profiles of Gotham's most prominent families. The Elliots, with their predisposition to addiction and compulsive behaviors, documented across 4 generations with increasing severity. The Kanes, showing patterns of bipolar disorder and heightened stress responses. Their family tree annotated with psychiatric admissions and suicide attempts. The Arkhams, with their tragic history of schizophrenia and paranoid delusions, each generation seemingly worse than the last. Each file contained not just diagnoses, but treatment plans. And here Bruce discovered the first truly disturbing element. The treatments were selective. Some conditions were managed aggressively, kept under control with cutting-edge therapies and medications. Others were neglected, allowed to progress. In some cases, treatments were deliberately withheld or modified in ways that would exacerbate symptoms over time. A note in his father's hand on the Elliott file, reduced dosage of addiction management medication as per committee recommendation. Family trajectory must proceed as projected. Another on the Kane file, stress management therapy discontinued. Natural progression preferred for social optimization goals. "Dear God," Alfred whispered, reading over Bruce's shoulder. What was he doing? Bruce's hands trembled slightly as he reached for his father's journal, needing to understand, to find some explanation that didn't lead to the conclusion his detective's mind was already forming. The leather cover bore his father's initials, embossed in gold that had tarnished with age. Inside, Thomas Wayne's precise handwriting filled page after page. The early entries full of optimism and medical curiosity. Oblum, 15/1979. The Gotham Health Initiative represents an unprecedented opportunity, one early entry read. By tracking genetic predispositions across generations, we can predict and prevent countless tragedies. The prominent families have agreed to participate, seeing the benefit of discreet, personalized healthcare that addresses their unique hereditary challenges. I believe we can eliminate genetic suffering within 2 generations through careful intervention. But as Bruce read on, the tone shifted. Optimism gave way to uncertainty, then to something darker. March 3, 1981. The committee has made suggestions regarding treatment priorities. They speak of social optimization and guided selection. I told them we are doctors, not social engineers. They reminded me of the initiative's funding sources, of the good we can accomplish with their resources. Dr. Morrison suggests that allowing certain conditions to manifest serves a greater purpose, that Gotham needs its shadows to appreciate its light. I find this philosophy troubling, but I cannot deny the resources they provide allow us to help many who would otherwise go without care. September 22, 1982. I've been documenting the committee's recommendations more carefully now. The pattern is clear. They're engineering Gotham's future by manipulating its present. Certain families are kept healthy and stable to maintain social order. Others are allowed to deteriorate to serve as cautionary tales, or to remove them from positions of influence. I am complicit in a soft eugenics program, dressed in the language of public health. Martha doesn't know the full extent. How can I tell her that her charity galas fund such manipulation? The rain continued its gentle assault on the manor as Bruce lost himself in his father's words, watching a good man's slow corruption unfold across yellowed pages. Entry after entry documented Thomas Wayne's growing awareness of what he had become part of, his attempts to rationalize, to find ethical ground in an increasingly unethical situation. December 10, 1983. Young Oswald Cobblepot came for his annual checkup today. The boy's metabolism could be managed with proper intervention. The committee has marked his file NI, no intervention. They say his family's criminal connections make them unsuitable for Gotham's future leadership. I am to watch a child suffer for the sins of his fathers. I've hidden a treatment protocol in his file in case someone with more courage than I possess might help him later. The medical equipment in the room took on a sinister cast, as Bruce understood its purpose, not just to heal, but to shape Gotham's future by determining which genetic lines would thrive and which would face challenges. His father had become part of a soft eugenics program, hidden behind the veneer of exclusive medical care. Alfred had moved to examine another section of the room where more recent files were stored. His movements were careful, respectful of the gravity of what they were uncovering. "Master Bruce," he said, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "You need to see this." The file Alfred handed him was labeled with a date just 1 week before Thomas and Martha Wayne's deaths. Inside, rather than medical records, Bruce found evidence of his father's planned rebellion. Thomas had been documenting everything, not as a participant, but as a whistleblower. Pages of notes detailed the program's true purpose, naming names, providing proof of deliberate medical manipulation spanning decades. The documentation was comprehensive, financial records showing payments from Gotham's elite families, meeting minutes where the social optimization goals were discussed in chilling detail, charts projecting Gotham's social structure over the next 50 years based on their genetic manipulations, and throughout it all, evidence of Thomas Wayne's growing horror at what he had helped create. January 7th, 1987. "I cannot continue this charade," his father's final journal entry read. "What began as an attempt to help has become something monstrous. The committee speaks now of expanding the program, of using our research to shape not just Gotham's elite but its entire population. They have files on the poor, the immigrants, those they deem undesirable. They speak of birth control in the water supply of certain neighborhoods, of targeted fertility treatments for preferred populations. I have become death by 1,000 denied treatments. Death by 1,000 denied treatment, disability by selective neglect. This ends now. Martha supports my decision. She was horrified when I finally told her everything. Next week's medical conference will be my platform. Let the truth burn down their carefully constructed world. I pray Bruce will forgive me for the legacy I leave him, not just of wealth built on others' misery, but of the responsibility to make amends." Bruce sank into his father's desk chair, the leather creaking beneath his weight. The chair had conformed to his father's shape over years of use, and sitting in it felt like trying to fill a space he wasn't meant to occupy. The weight of revelation pressed down upon him. The random mugging that had taken his parents' lives suddenly seemed less random. The medical conference mentioned in the journal had never received Thomas Wayne's presentation. Instead, Gotham had mourned a beloved couple killed by a desperate criminal in Crime Alley. "Be-My killed them," Bruce said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Not for their pearls or wallet, for their silence." Alfred's hand found Bruce's shoulder, offering wordless comfort. The butler had served the Wayne family for generations, had raised Bruce from boyhood, had kept his own suspicions about that night buried deep. "I always wondered," Alfred said quietly, "why a mugger would shoot them both when they were clearly cooperating. Why he would kill rather than simply rob. The official story never quite fit, but I told myself it was just the senseless nature of crime." As the evening deepened into night, Bruce systematically photographed every document, every chart, every connection mapped out on those cluttered walls. The detective in him catalogued evidence while the son grappled with the fundamental reshaping of his understanding of his father. Each photograph captured not just information but the weight of years, the accumulation of decisions that had shaped lives without their knowledge or consent. Thomas Wayne had not been simply a good man murdered by random violence. He had been a compromised man trying to find redemption, killed for choosing justice over comfortable corruption. The fortune Bruce had inherited carried more blood than he had ever imagined. Not the blood of industrial accidents or business competition, but the deliberate destruction of human potential through medical manipulation. Bruce found himself studying his father's handwriting, seeing in its evolution the story of a man's moral decay and eventual awakening. The early entries showed confidence, bold strokes of a man certain in his purpose. The middle years revealed increasing pressure, the writing becoming cramped, letters compressed as if under great weight. The final entries returned to clarity, the handwriting of a man who had made a decision and found peace in it, even knowing the cost. "What will you do?" Alfred asked finally, as Bruce sealed the last evidence bag. Bruce stood slowly, his decision crystallizing with each movement. "What my father intended to do," he said, "expose the truth, make amends, but carefully, methodically. Some of those involved are likely still alive, still in positions of power, and the families affected," he gestured to the files. "They deserve justice, but also privacy. Their medical histories shouldn't become public scandal." He moved to the window, looking out at Wayne Manor's grounds through rain-streaked glass. The estate that had always represented his family's legacy now carried additional weight. Each manicured lawn and carefully tended garden built on a foundation of others' suffering. The very trees that had shaded his childhood play seemed complicit now, grown tall on soil enriched by injustice. "I'll need to trace the current generation," Bruce continued, his voice taking on the determined tone Alfred knew well. "See how my father's selective treatments have affected their lives. The Cobblepots, the Elliots, all of them. Some may need medical intervention to address conditions that were allowed to progress. Others," he paused, thinking of how certain Gotham families had produced generation after generation of criminals and madmen. "Others may need to understand that their struggles weren't entirely natural, that choices were made for them before they were even born." The complexity of the task ahead was staggering. How did one make amends for multi-generational medical manipulation? How did one address the ethical violations while respecting the privacy and dignity of those affected? The Wayne Foundation had resources, certainly, but this required more than money. It required a delicate balance of justice and discretion that even Batman would find challenging. Bruce began making mental lists. Medical experts who could review the files and suggest treatment protocols. Legal advisors who could navigate the minefield of liability and confidentiality. Therapists who could help those affected process the truth about their family histories. The Wayne Foundation would need to expand, to create entire departments dedicated to this work. A soft knock at the study door interrupted his planning. "Sir," Alfred said, "you have a visitor." "A Mr. Elliot Thompson from the Gotham Gazette. He says it's regarding some historical research into medical practices at Gotham General from the 1980s. Bruce and Alfred exchanged glances. Thompson, the name had appeared in his father's files. Not as a patient, but in a margin note. Eleanor Thompson's grandson, she suspects. The dementia was induced. Keep him away from records. Show him to the main study, Bruce said after a moment. I'll be there shortly. As Alfred departed, Bruce took one last look around his father's hidden study. The room that had been sealed for over 2 decades had given up its secrets, but those secrets raised more questions than they answered. How many others knew? How deep did the conspiracy run? And most importantly, how many lives had been altered by his father's actions, both the harm he had caused and the good he had tried to do in his final days? Bruce carefully closed the hidden door, though he didn't bother to reconceal it. The time for hiding was over. As he made his way through Wayne Manor's familiar halls toward his meeting with Elliot Thompson, he considered the conversation ahead. The journalist's grandmother had been a victim of the program, the dementia deliberately induced or allowed to progress. Her grandson deserved answers, but answers that wouldn't destroy other innocent lives in the process. The rain had softened to a mere whisper against the windows by the time Bruce reached the main study. Through the doorway he could see Elliot Thompson, a man in his 30s with the intense expression of someone who had spent years chasing a truth everyone else insisted didn't exist. In his hands was a folder that likely contained his own research, his own suspicions, his own partially assembled puzzle that Bruce now had the pieces to complete. "Mr. Thompson," Bruce said, entering the room with his most disarming public persona in place. "I understand you're researching some historical medical practices. How can I help?" Thompson's eyes were sharp, searching Bruce's face for any sign of recognition or guilt. "Mr. Wayne, thank you for seeing me. I've been investigating some irregularities in medical treatments from the 1980s, particularly involving prominent Gotham families. Your father's name, it appears frequently in the records I've been able to access." Bruce gestured for Thompson to sit, pouring himself a glass of water from the crystal decanter on the side table. His hands were steady despite the turmoil within. "My father was one of Gotham's leading physicians," he said carefully. "I'm not surprised his name would appear in medical records from that era. It's not just that he appears," Thompson pressed, leaning forward. "It's how he appears. Always connected to families whose medical histories took unusual turns. The Cobblepot's metabolic disorders becoming more pronounced with each generation. The Arkham's mental health issues escalating despite access to the best care. My own grandmother," his voice caught slightly. "She was sharp as a tack at 60, showing early signs of dementia at 61, and completely gone by 63. The progression was unusually rapid, and my father always insisted something wasn't right about her treatment." Bruce set down his water glass, decision made. "Mr. Thompson," he said quietly, "what I'm about to share with you must be handled with extraordinary care. The truth you're seeking exists, but it's more complex and far-reaching than you've imagined. Are you prepared for that?" Over the next 2 hours, Bruce carefully unveiled the truth about the Gotham Health Initiative. He showed Thompson selected documents from his father's study, enough to prove the conspiracy's existence without revealing the full extent of personal medical information about Gotham's families. He watched as the journalist's expression shifted from vindication to horror to a grim determination that Bruce recognized in himself. "Your father tried to stop it," Thompson said finally, looking at the evidence of Thomas Wayne's planned whistle blowing. "He was going to expose everything." "Yes," Bruce confirmed. "I believe that's why he and my mother were killed." Thompson's hands clenched around his notebook. "My grandmother, she knew something was wrong. She tried to tell people, but everyone thought it was just the dementia talking. Paranoid delusions, they said." He looked up at Bruce. "She wasn't paranoid at all, was she?" "No," Bruce said gently. "She wasn't. Your grandmother was a victim of a program that valued social engineering over individual human dignity. Her rapid decline was orchestrated because she asked too many questions, saw too many patterns." The two men sat in silence for a moment, the weight of shared knowledge creating an unexpected bond. Finally, Thompson asked the crucial question, "What do we do with this? The public deserves to know, but the medical information about innocent families—" "We handle it carefully," Bruce replied. "The Wayne Foundation will be establishing a new medical ethics board and opening specialized clinics to address hereditary conditions that may have been mismanaged in the past. We'll reach out privately to affected families, offer genetic counseling and treatment options. As for the conspiracy itself, the perpetrators who are still alive will face justice, but quietly. Criminal charges where appropriate, loss of medical licenses, financial restitution." "And my story?" Thompson asked. "Write it," Bruce said, "but focus on the systemic failures that allowed such a program to exist. The danger of medical paternalism, the corruption of exclusive healthcare, the need for oversight and ethical guidelines, the specific families affected, the individual medical details. Those stay private. We honor the victims by preventing future abuses, not by exposing their personal struggles." Thompson nodded slowly, understanding the delicate balance required. As he prepared to leave, he turned back to Bruce. "Your father, he was a good man who lost his way, then tried to find it again. That takes courage." "Perhaps," Bruce said. "Or perhaps it simply takes finally seeing the faces of those harmed by our choices. My father saw those faces too late to prevent the damage, but not too late to try to stop it from spreading." After Thompson departed, Bruce returned to his father's hidden study. Leslie Tompkins had arrived while he was meeting with the journalist, and he found her there, examining the medical equipment with professional interests that couldn't quite hide her emotional response. "I knew," she said without preamble when Bruce entered. "Not the full extent, but I knew something was wrong. Tomas and I argued about it. He insisted he was helping people, that the treatments were beneficial overall. I told him that selective medicine based on social engineering was a betrayal of everything we stood for as doctors." She turned to face Bruce, and he could see the pain of old memories in her eyes. "He cut me out after that, professionally, socially, said I didn't understand the bigger picture, the greater good that could be achieved with proper resources. I watched him change, become someone I didn't recognize. Then, just before he died, he called me, said I had been right all along, that he needed my help to make things right. We were supposed to meet the day after." She trailed off, unable to finish. Bruce moved to comfort her, this woman who had been like a second mother to him after his parents' deaths. "He found his way back," he said softly. "Too late to prevent the harm, but not too late to try to stop it." "And now," Leslie asked, "what happens to all these people whose lives were shaped by medical decisions they never knew were being made?" "We help them," Bruce said simply. "Quietly, carefully, but comprehensively. The Wayne Foundation has the resources. You have the medical expertise. and more importantly, the ethical grounding my father lost sight of. Will you help me? Leslie's answer was immediate. Of course, but Bruce, this kind of systemic intervention, it will take years, generations even. Some of the genetic alterations, the delayed treatments, they've created cascading effects that can't be simply reversed. Then we commit for years, Bruce replied. Generations if necessary. The Wayne fortune was built on many things, some honorable, some not. Let it be used to heal what Wayne hands helped to harm. As the night deepened, Bruce found himself alone again in his father's study. The rain had stopped, leaving only the sound of water dripping from eaves and gutters. He sat at Thomas Wayne's desk, reading through his father's journal one more time, searching for understanding, if not absolution. The man revealed in these pages was neither monster nor saint, but something more complex. A healer who had allowed himself to be corrupted by promises of greater good, who had traded individual ethics for supposed societal benefit, who had realized too late that such trades always demand more than they give. Bruce thought of his own mission as Batman, of the compromises he made nightly in pursuit of justice, how easy it would be to cross similar lines, to decide that preventing future crime justified present harm, that the ends could sanctify any means. His father's fall served as a warning. Even the best intentions could be corrupted when power was wielded without accountability. End of Tale of Baxlygate. Irrevocable. Eth Venal, Satania Asha, Khalid. The hidden study would be preserved, Bruce decided, not as a shrine, but as a reminder. When the temptation came to play God with others' lives, to make decisions for the supposed greater good that violated individual dignity and choice, this room would stand as testament to where such thinking led. The work ahead was monumental. Contacting affected families without triggering panic or lawsuits, establishing medical programs that addressed decades-old manipulations, pursuing justice against those who had participated in the conspiracy while protecting innocent descendants from scandal. It would require all of Bruce Wayne's resources and Batman's investigative skills. But as Bruce climbed the stairs to his bedroom, he felt something he hadn't expected. A strange peace. His parents' deaths had always been the defining tragedy of his life, the random violence that had shaped his mission. To learn there had been reason behind it, horrible as that reason was, paradoxically provided a kind of closure. Thomas and Martha Wayne had died not as victims of random crime, but as martyrs to truth, choosing justice even when it cost them everything. The Wayne legacy would be transformed from one of hidden shame to open service, from manipulation to healing, from secrets to truth. It would take time, perhaps generations, but the work would begin tomorrow. And in that promise, both Bruce Wayne and the ghost of Thomas Wayne could finally find peace. As the last echoes of family secrets fade into the night, another tale awaits in the shadows of Wayne Manor. Join us for Martha's Secret Journals. The autumn twilight settled over Wayne Manor like a soft blanket, painting the old servants' quarters in shades of amber and shadow. Bruce Wayne stood at the threshold of a section of his home he rarely visited, a wing that had housed generations of staff, in the days when the manor required dozens to maintain its grandeur. Now these rooms stood empty, filled with sheet-covered furniture and the peculiar silence that comes from spaces once vibrant with life, now abandoned to memory. The restoration work following the recent storm damage had led him here. What had begun as a simple assessment of the manor's structural integrity had become something more, an archaeological expedition through his family's history. The discovery of his father's hidden study had shaken him profoundly, revealing truths about Thomas Wayne that cast long shadows over the family legacy. Now, as Bruce moved through these forgotten corridors, he wondered what other secrets the manor might yield. Dust motes danced in the fading light that streamed through tall windows, their panes clouded with age but still elegant in their Gothic arches. The floorboards, worn smooth by countless feet over decades of service, creaked gently under Bruce's weight. Each room he passed told its own story through the objects left behind. A sewing basket with thread still wound on wooden spools. A bookshelf holding well-worn novels in various languages. A child's toy, forgotten in a corner, perhaps belonging to some servant's child who had grown up in these halls. Alfred accompanied him, his presence both comforting and practical. The butler carried a modern tablet displaying the manor's original blueprints, comparing them to what they found as they walked. This wing housed up to 30 staff members at the manor's peak, Alfred explained, his voice soft with respect for those who had served before him. Housekeepers, maids, footmen, gardeners, each had their own small room, but they shared common areas for meals and leisure. They paused before a door that seemed different from the others. Where most bore simple numbers or names etched in brass plates, this one was unmarked. The wood was of a higher quality, the hardware more ornate. It was subtle, but to Bruce's trained eye, it stood out like a signature. This wasn't part of the standard servants' quarters, Bruce observed, running his fingers along the doorframe. The construction is different. Newer, but made to look period appropriate. Alfred consulted his tablet, frowning slightly. According to the original plans, this should be a linen closet, but the dimensions are wrong. The room appears to be larger than indicated. Bruce tried the handle. Locked. But the mechanism was more complex than a simple closet would require. From his pocket, he produced a set of lockpicks, tools that served him as both Wayne Eyre exploring his heritage and as Batman investigating crime. The lock was sophisticated for its era, but yielded to his expertise. The door opened to reveal not a closet, but a study that took Bruce's breath away. Where his father's hidden room had been clinical and organized, this space was warm and lived in. Books lined the walls, but these were not medical texts. Poetry collections, architectural volumes, journals on social reform, and children's stories created a library that spoke of diverse interests and deep compassion. A desk occupied the center of the room, its surface covered with papers in various stages of organization. But what drew Bruce's immediate attention were the photographs covering one entire wall. Hundreds of them showing children of various ages, some alone, some with a young Martha Wayne. In many, Bruce recognized his childhood self, playing with other children he didn't remember. My word, Alfred breathed, moving closer to examine the photographs. These children, I remember some of them. Your mother said they were from her charity work, children who needed temporary care. But this, he gestured at the wall of faces, this suggests something far more extensive. Bruce approached the desk, where leather-bound journals lay stacked with meticulous care. The top one bore his mother's initials, M.K. Wayne. Martha Kane Wayne, embossed in silver, that had tarnished with age. He opened it carefully, but the pages revealed not the English he expected, but symbols and patterns that seemed almost architectural in nature. It's a cipher, Bruce said, recognizing the systematic nature of the symbols, but not a standard one. These patterns... He moved to the architectural volumes on the shelves, pulling out a book on Gothic cathedral design. She based it on architectural elements, see? This symbol corresponds to a flying buttress, this one to a rose window. Alfred shook his head in wonderment. Your mother was full of surprises. I knew her interest in architecture went beyond mere appreciation, but to create an entire cipher system from it. Bruce settled at the desk, beginning the painstaking work of decoding his mother's journals. The cipher was elegant in its complexity, requiring not just knowledge of architectural terms, but an understanding of how Martha Wayne's mind worked. She had chosen buildings that meant something to her. Wayne Manor itself, the Gotham Cathedral where she was married, the children's hospital she had helped establish. As the first passages became clear, Bruce felt his understanding of his mother shifting, deepening. The woman revealed in these coded pages was not just the society hostess and charitable patron he remembered, but something far more complex and dangerous. March 15th, 1985. The network grows. 7 successful extractions this month. The safe house on Morrison Street is at capacity. Mrs. Chen reports that the children are adjusting well, though some still wake with nightmares. I've arranged for Dr. Hallowell to visit. He can be trusted to keep quiet about the nature of their injuries. Bruce looked up at Alfred. She was running an underground railroad for abused women and children. Alfred's expression showed no surprise, only deep sadness. I suspected something of the sort. Your mother had a way of acquiring household staff who seemed to have nowhere else to go. Women who arrived in the night with bruised faces and frightened children. She always said she was simply offering employment, but it was more than that, wasn't it? Bruce continued decoding, the picture becoming clearer with each translated passage. Martha Wayne had built an extensive network for extracting abused women and children from dangerous situations. She used Wayne Foundation galas, not just for fundraising, but as cover for identifying victims and coordinating rescues. The society pages that gushed about her parties never realized they were documenting reconnaissance missions. April 2, 1985. F. Attended tonight's gala with his wife. The bruises were concealed with expert makeup, but I saw her flinch when he touched her shoulder. Made contact during the powder room retreat. She's not ready to leave yet. He's threatened to kill her sister if she tries. Must find another approach, perhaps through her daughter's school. The entries revealed a woman of extraordinary courage and cunning. Martha Wayne moved through Gotham's elite society, using her position to identify abuse hidden behind mansion walls and respectable facades. She coordinated with a network of allies, trusted servants, sympathetic doctors, even some police officers who understood that the law often failed those who needed it most. Bruce found himself studying a particular sequence of entries, all concerning someone named Caroline. June 10, 1985. Caroline's situation deteriorates. Her father's business dealings with the Maroney family make extraction complicated. If we move too quickly, he might retaliate through his connections. But the child can't wait much longer. The teacher reports she's showing signs of severe trauma. June 18, 1985. Attempted extraction failed. Caroline's father has hired private security. They're watching her constantly. We need a new approach. June 25, 1985. Caroline is missing. Her father claims she's visiting relatives, but my sources say otherwise. I fear we're too late. The entries about Caroline continued for months, showing Martha's growing desperation to find and save this particular child. The normally composed handwriting became increasingly agitated in these passages, revealing a personal investment that went beyond her usual compassion. Bruce cross-referenced dates and locations, using his detective skills to trace patterns in his mother's activities. A picture emerged of Wayne Foundation events that served as cover for rescue operations. Guest lists that were actually intelligence files on potential abusers and their victims. Charity auctions where certain items were purchased by Martha's network as signals and funding for safe houses. "Look at this," Bruce said, showing Alfred a coded passage. She had an entire communication system. Rose arrangements at galas indicated different things. White roses meant a successful extraction. Red meant danger. Yellow meant a new case identified. Alfred studied the journal with growing amazement. "I remember her rose arrangements. She was very particular about them. I thought it was simply her aesthetic preference. But this..." She turned social events into a sophisticated intelligence network. As Bruce continued through the journals, he found more references to his own childhood. Martha had indeed used her son as cover for her operations. The playdates he barely remembered were actually carefully orchestrated meetings, where rescued children could hide in plain sight while transportation to permanent safety was arranged. September 3, 1985. Bruce played wonderfully with the Morrison children today. He doesn't understand why his new friends always leave after a few days, but he's developed such empathy for them. Perhaps someday I can explain how he helped save lives simply by being a kind playmate to frightened children. A lump formed in Bruce's throat. His lonely childhood had been anything but. He had been surrounded by children in crisis, offering them moments of normalcy and joy in the midst of their trauma. His mother had made him part of her mission without his knowledge, but in the gentlest possible way. The journals revealed the full scope of the network, safe houses scattered throughout Gotham, some in unexpected places, a flower shop in Crime Alley, an apartment above a bookstore in the East End, even a renovated warehouse near the docks. Each location was chosen for its strategic value and operated by people Martha had personally vetted and trusted. Bruce found financial records hidden within the journal pages. His mother had diverted significant Wayne funds to support her network, but she'd done it so cleverly that even the family accountants hadn't noticed. Charitable donations that were actually safe house purchases, art acquisitions that were really payment to doctors who treated victims without asking questions, event planning expenses that funded new identities for women starting fresh lives. She was brilliant, Bruce murmured, admiring his mother's operational security despite the circumstances. "This rivals any intelligence network I've seen. The compartmentalization, the redundancies, the cover stories. She thought of everything." Then he found the entries that changed everything. Starting 6 months before her death, Martha's tone shifted from confident to concerned. November 11th, 1986. "They know. I'm not sure how much or who exactly, but someone has connected the rescues to me. Judge Carlisle warned me at last night's benefit. He said certain people were asking questions about the Wayne Foundation's unusual charitable allocations. He meant it as a friendly warning, but his eyes said more. I need to be more careful." December 3, 1986. 2 of our safe houses were inspected by city officials this week. Random code violations, they said. But nothing about this is random. Someone is mapping our network. January 15, 1987. Caroline surfaced tonight. I almost didn't recognize her. She's using the name Chen now, working in Chinatown. What they did to her. She wouldn't speak to me, just stared with those hollow eyes. All those months of searching. And she was here in Gotham all along. I failed her. Bruce paused, the name clicking into place. Caroline Chen. In the present day, there was a crime lord in Chinatown who went by the name Mockingbird, a woman whose age would match, whose methods showed the kind of strategic thinking one might learn from watching Martha Wayne work. He continued reading, his mother's final entries growing more urgent. 1987, Thomas knows everything now. I had to tell him. The danger is too great to face alone. He was horrified, not at what I've done, but at what he's been doing. His medical files, the manipulation. We're both trying to save Gotham in our own ways, but we've become part of its darkness. We've decided to expose it all. His work, mine, the entire twisted web. Better to burn it all down than let it continue corrupting everyone it touches. February 8th, 1987. The children currently in transition have been moved to emergency placements. I've destroyed most of the network documentation to protect those still inside. Only these journals remain, and I'll hide them soon. If something happens to us, I pray someone finds them and understands. The work must continue, but more carefully, more legally. Bruce must never know the danger we put him in. But someday, perhaps he'll understand why we fought so hard for those who couldn't fight for themselves. The final entry was dated February 10, 1987. Thomas and Martha Wayne died on February 12th. Bruce sat back, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he'd discovered. His mother hadn't just been murdered for his father's whistleblowing. She'd been targeted for her own work, for the powerful people whose wives and children she'd helped escape. The random mugging in Crime Alley had been anything but random. It had been the silencing of two threats to Gotham's corrupt power structure. "Sir," Alfred said gently, "there's more you should see." The butler had been examining the photographs on the wall, and now he pointed to a section Bruce hadn't noticed. These weren't photos of rescued children, but of adults. Martha's network. Bruce recognized some faces. Mrs. Chen from the flower shop that still operated in Crime Alley. Dr. Hallowell, who had become one of Gotham's most respected pediatricians. Several others who had seemed like mere acquaintances of his parents, but were actually soldiers in Martha's quiet war. One photo showed an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a familiar jawline. "That's my mother," Alfred said quietly. "Agatha Pennyworth. I knew she helped your mother with charitable work, but I never imagined." Bruce turned to his old friend. "You never knew?" Alfred shook his head. "Mother was excellent at keeping secrets. She passed when you were 15, took whatever she knew with her. But there might be..." He paused, thinking. "She left me some boxes. Personal effects, I thought. They're in storage. Perhaps. We'll look," Bruce promised. Then, returning to the journal, "But first, I need to find Caroline Chen. If she's who I think she is, she's built her own empire in Chinatown. Mockingbird, they call her. She controls significant territory, runs protection rackets, but also," he paused, pieces clicking together, "also known for protecting women and children in her territory. No one touches them without facing her wrath." They spent the next hours fully documenting the room. Bruce photographed every journal page, every photograph, every scrap of evidence about Martha Wayne's network. As dawn approached, they had a complete picture of an extraordinary woman who had risked everything to save the vulnerable. "What will you do?" Alfred asked, as they prepared to leave the hidden study. "First, verify if Mockingbird is really Caroline," Bruce said. "Then, I think it's time the Martha Wayne house became more than just a name on a charity building. We'll revive her network, but legally, openly, safe houses, extraction protocols, witness protection. All of it above board, but following her template. They left the room as they'd found it, but Bruce knew he would return. There was more to learn here, more to understand about the mother he'd lost too young. Martha Wayne had been Batman before Batman, using different tools but fighting the same fight. As they walked back through the servants' quarters, Bruce noticed details he'd missed before. Subtle modifications to windows that would make them easier to open from inside, multiple exits from each room, clear sight lines down corridors. This entire wing had been designed as a potential safe house, a place where those fleeing violence could find temporary shelter. "Your mother thought of everything," Alfred observed, noting the same details. "She turned Wayne Manor itself into a sanctuary." That evening, Bruce stood in the rose garden where his mother had taught him games that he now realized were actually training exercises for the children she was protecting. How to move quietly, how to hide effectively, how to signal for help without words. She had been preparing all of them, including her own son, for dangers they might face. The garden was overgrown now, but Bruce could still see the paths his mother had designed. They created multiple routes through the space, allowing someone to move unseen from the manor to the outer walls. Even in her landscaping, Martha Wayne had been building escape routes. As night fell over Gotham, Batman prepared for a journey to Chinatown. He needed to find Mockingbird to confirm if she was the Caroline his mother had tried so desperately to save. It wasn't a mission of justice, but of understanding, of connecting past and present, of honoring his mother's legacy by acknowledging both its successes and failures. The Batcave's computers had already compiled a detailed profile on Mockingbird, a woman of approximately the right age who had appeared in Chinatown's underworld about 15 years ago and quickly established herself through a combination of strategic brilliance and ruthless protection of her territory. No photographs existed, she was careful about that, but those who had seen her described a woman with old eyes, someone who had seen too much too young. Her operations were unlike typical Gotham crime. Yes, she ran illegal gambling and protection rackets, but she also maintained a network of safe houses for women fleeing domestic violence. Her enforcers were known to severely punish anyone who harmed women or children in her territory. She operated outside the law, but with a code that seemed familiar to Bruce now. It was his mother's code, twisted by trauma, but recognizable nonetheless. Batman entered Chinatown as midnight approached, moving through shadows toward a tea house that served as Mockingbird's unofficial headquarters. The building was unremarkable from the outside, but Batman's detective vision noted the subtle security measures, cameras hidden in architectural details, guards positioned to seem casual while maintaining overlapping fields of view, escape routes built into the very structure of the surrounding buildings. He didn't try to enter secretly. This wasn't about confrontation but communication. Instead, he appeared on a rooftop across from the tea house, visible but non-threatening, and waited. It didn't take long. Within minutes, a woman emerged onto the tea house's balcony. Even in the dim light, even after decades, the resemblance to the frightened child in his mother's photographs was unmistakable. Mockingbird Caroline Chen looked up at him with eyes that held too much history. "I wondered when you'd come," she said, her voice carrying across the space between buildings. "You have her journals, don't you? Martha's records." Batman nodded once. "She tried to save me," Caroline continued, not moving from her position. "Spent months looking for me after my father sold me to cover his debts. By the time she found me again, I was different, broken in ways even Martha Wayne couldn't fix." "She never stopped trying," Batman said. "Her journals show she searched for you until the day she died." Something flickered across Caroline's face. Pain, perhaps, or long-buried grief. I know. I was there that night, in Crime Alley, following them, working up the courage to approach her, to thank her for trying. I saw it happen. Saw Joe Chill pull the trigger. She paused. Except it wasn't really Chill making the decision, was it? He was just the weapon. The real killers were the ones who feared what your parents might expose. The confirmation of what Bruce had suspected hit him like a physical blow, but he remained still, waiting. I built all this, Caroline gestured to the territory around them, using what I learned watching her work. The networks, the safe houses, the coded communications. I just added violence to the equation, because sometimes that's the only language predators understand. Her smile was sharp and sad. Martha Wayne's daughter, raised by wolves but still trying to save others, the way she tried to save me. Help me rebuild her network, Batman said suddenly, legally, with resources she never had. Caroline laughed, but it wasn't mocking. The Wayne Foundation wants to partner with Chinatown's crime boss. That would be something Martha might have tried, actually. She was never afraid of unconventional alliances. She considered for a long moment. I'll think about it. But know this, I protect my people my way. That won't change. I'm not asking it to, Batman replied. I'm suggesting we might protect more people working in parallel than at odds. Caroline studied him with eyes that seemed to see through the cowl to the boy who had once played with rescued children in his mother's garden. She would be proud of you, she said finally. Martha always said her son would grow up to be special. She just never knew how special. With that, she retreated into the tea house. Their conversation ended, but something new beginning. Batman remained on the rooftop for a moment longer, processing the encounter. His mother's legacy lived on in unexpected ways. In a crime lord who protected the innocent, in safe houses disguised as criminal enterprises, in a network that had survived its founder's death and evolved into something she might not recognize, but would understand. The journey back to Wayne Manor was contemplative. Bruce thought about the parallels between his mother's work and his own, how both had operated in shadow to bring light to dark places. Martha Wayne had used society gatherings and charity work as cover for her true mission. Batman used the night itself. Back in the manor, Bruce found Alfred in Martha's hidden study, going through papers they had documented earlier. How did it go, sir? Alfred asked. She's Caroline, Bruce confirmed. The child my mother tried to save. She's become something else, but she remembers. Alfred nodded slowly. Your mother would have understood. She knew that salvation takes many forms, not all of them pretty or legal. Bruce picked up one of his mother's journals, running his fingers over her handwriting. We'll start tomorrow. The Martha Wayne house will become what she envisioned. A comprehensive network for those escaping abuse. Legal services, medical care, safe housing, new identities when necessary. We'll use her methods, but with the resources and legal framework she never had. And Mockingbird? Alfred asked. We'll do what she does, Bruce said, but perhaps with less opposition from Batman and more understanding. My mother believed in unconventional alliances. Maybe it's time I learned that lesson too. Over the following weeks, Bruce threw himself into establishing the new network. He worked with lawyers who specialized in domestic violence cases, doctors who understood trauma, social workers who knew how to navigate the system. But underneath the legal framework, he built something more. A rapid response system based on his mother's original design. The rose garden was restored, but with new meaning. Each bloom represented a life saved, a family protected. White roses for successful new starts, red for ongoing danger, yellow for cases requiring attention. It was Martha's code, revived and honored. Dr. Leslie Tompkins, brought in to consult on the medical aspects, was moved to tears when she learned the full scope of Martha's work. "I knew she was special," Leslie said, "but she was a hero long before that word attached itself to costumed vigilantes." The Wayne Foundation's board was initially skeptical of the massive funding Bruce directed toward the project, until he showed them carefully edited portions of his mother's journals. The revelation that Martha Wayne had been running such an operation shifted their perspective. This wasn't just another charitable endeavor. It was the continuation of a Wayne family legacy. As the network grew, unexpected allies emerged. Mrs. Chen, the flower shop owner in Crime Alley, revealed herself as one of Martha's original coordinators. Now in her 70s, she wept when Bruce showed her the journals. "Your mother saved my daughter," she said. "Gave us new names, new lives, a fresh start. I've tried to carry on her work in small ways, but this is what she dreamed of." Even more surprising was a visit from Selina Kyle. Catwoman appeared in the manor one night, not to steal, but to talk. "Word on the street is, you're reviving Martha Wayne's Underground Railroad," she said. "I grew up in some of those safe houses. Didn't know it at the time. Thought they were just places that took in strays like me. But I remember kind women who appeared when things got bad, who moved us before trouble found us again." She offered her own assistance, not publicly of course, but in the shadows where she operated best. Information about women trapped in bad situations, early warnings about predators targeting the vulnerable. It was another unconventional alliance, but one Bruce suspected his mother would have approved of. The hardest part was maintaining operational security while being transparent enough to be trusted. Bruce developed a two-tier system: the public face of the Martha Wayne house, offering legitimate services and support, and a more discreet rapid response network for situations requiring immediate intervention. He trained the staff personally, teaching them observation techniques his mother had hidden in her journals, how to recognize abuse victims by their body language, how to make contact without arousing suspicion, how to plan extractions that looked like ordinary events. It was his mother's playbook, updated for a new era. 6 months after discovering the journals, Bruce stood in his mother's hidden study with Alfred and Leslie Tompkins. The room had been preserved as a reminder and an inspiration. On the desk sat a report. In their first half year, the Martha Wayne house had helped over 200 women and children escape abusive situations. She would be so proud, Leslie said softly. She'd be planning improvements, Bruce corrected with a small smile. Looking for ways to do more, save more, reach those we're missing. Alfred placed a hand on Bruce's shoulder. Then perhaps that's what we should be doing, sir. Honoring her memory by surpassing her achievements. That night, Batman met Mockingbird on the same rooftop where they'd first talked. She'd been watching the Martha Wayne house's progress with interest and some cooperation. Women who came to her for help were quietly directed to the legitimate services when appropriate. Your mother's network saved approximately 3,000 people over 5 years, Caroline said without preamble. At your current rate, you'll match that in 3 years. But you're missing something she understood. Sometimes the system itself is the enemy. Sometimes working within the law means failing those who need help most. What are you suggesting? Batman asked. Parallel tracks, Caroline replied. Your legal network for those who can use it, my illegal one for those who can't, and perhaps occasional cooperation when a situation requires both approaches. It was exactly the kind of arrangement his mother might have made. Pragmatic, focused on results over strict adherence to rules. Batman found himself nodding agreement. As he returned to the manor that night, Bruce reflected on how his understanding of his parents had transformed. Thomas Wayne, the principal doctor who lost his way and found it again too late. Martha Wayne, the society hostess who ran a secret network saving lives. Both had fought Gotham's darkness in their own ways. Both had paid the ultimate price for their courage. Their son would continue both their missions. The medical reforms his father had died trying to expose, the protection network his mother had built with her own hands. But he would do it with the hard-won wisdom of their failures and successes, building something stronger and more enduring. The journals remained in Martha's study, carefully preserved and regularly consulted. Each entry was a lesson in courage, compassion, and the kind of strategic thinking that turned charity into revolution. Bruce often found himself there in quiet moments, reading his mother's words, understanding more with each pass. One entry in particular resonated as he built upon her work. True charity isn't about giving money or hosting galas. It's about recognizing that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. It's about using whatever privileges we have, wealth, position, knowledge, to shield those who have none. Bruce will inherit more than money. He'll inherit the responsibility to use that money for more than his own comfort. I pray he understands that, with great privilege, comes the obligation to protect those without it. Bruce closed the journal, looking around the room that had hidden his mother's greatest secret and most important work. She had been right. He had inherited more than wealth. He had inherited a mission that predated Batman, a legacy of protection that wore no mask, but was no less heroic. The work would continue, the network would grow, lives would be saved, and somewhere in Gotham, in safe houses, both legal and illegal, in protection offered by both Wayne Foundation social workers and Mockingbird's enforcers, Martha Wayne's true legacy lived on. It was a legacy written not in society pages, but in the faces of children who grew up free from fear, in women who found strength to build new lives, in a city slowly learning that its most vulnerable citizens had protectors. Some wore capes, some wore designer dresses, and some wore nothing more remarkable than the determination to stand between the innocent and those who would harm them. As Bruce left the study, turning off the lights but leaving the door open, no more secrets in Wayne Manor, he made a mental note to have fresh roses placed on his mother's grave. White ones, to signify a successful mission continued, a network revived, a legacy honored in the most meaningful way possible, through action. While Martha Wayne's network saved lives through compassion and clever deception, the Wayne fortune that funded such noble work had darker origins. Deep in the manor's wine cellar, among bottles of vintage spirits, lay maps and ledgers that documented a different kind of network. One that trafficked in human misery, traded suffering for profit, and built an empire on exploitation. As Bruce honors his mother's legacy of protection, he must also confront the sins that made such protection possible. Join us for the Wayne trading maps. The wine cellar of Wayne Manor stretched deep beneath the earth, a labyrinth of stone passages that predated the mansion above by decades. Bruce Wayne descended the worn stone steps, each footfall echoing in the cool darkness. He carried with him an inventory list, part of the ongoing process of cataloguing the manor's vast collections, but his mind was elsewhere, still processing the revelations of his parents' hidden work. The cellar held thousands of bottles, some dating back to the founding of Gotham itself. Dust lay thick on the older vintages, undisturbed for generations. The air was heavy with the scent of aged oak and ancient stone, tinged with the earthiness that comes from centuries of slow decay and patient preservation. Spiderwebs draped like lace between the older racks, their creators long since departed, leaving only these delicate architectures as evidence of their presence. As Bruce moved deeper into the cellar, past racks of Burgundy and Bordeaux, he noticed how the architecture changed. The newer sections were orderly, built with precision, their stone blocks fitted so perfectly that mortar was barely needed. But the oldest parts showed different construction, rougher, more pragmatic, built for purposes beyond mere storage. Here the walls wept moisture, and the floor showed worn grooves where heavy objects had been dragged repeatedly over centuries. The temperature dropped as he descended, the warmth of the manor above giving way to the earth's natural coolness. His breath misted slightly in the beam of his flashlight, creating ephemeral clouds that dissipated into the darkness. The silence was profound, broken only by the occasional drip of water somewhere in the distance and the whisper of his own movement. Alfred had offered to accompany him, but Bruce had declined. After the emotional weight of discovering his mother's journals, he needed solitude to process, to think. The wine cellar seemed the perfect refuge, quiet, isolated, filled with nothing more challenging than vintage years and grape varieties. Or so he thought. The inventory work was methodical, almost meditative. Bruce moved through the racks with practiced efficiency, checking bottles against his list, noting any that had deteriorated beyond salvaging. Some corks had failed over the decades, leaving empty bottles that still bore prestigious labels, ghosts of celebrations that would never be repeated. He catalogued each loss with the same attention he gave to the intact treasures, understanding that even absence told a story. It was in the furthest section, where the electric lights gave way to areas that required his flashlight, that he noticed the anomaly. Here, the racks were older, made from woods that had been extinct in North America for over a century. The bottles they held were not wines, but spirits. Rum from Caribbean plantations, whiskey from early American distilleries, and other liquors whose labels had long since faded to illegibility. A wine rack against the far wall seemed oddly positioned, not quite flush with the stone, despite the careful craftsmanship evident throughout the cellar. The wood was different too, tropical hardwood that seemed out of place among the American oak used elsewhere. His trained eye caught what casual observation would miss. Subtle wear patterns on the floor, suggesting the rack had been moved repeatedly over the years. The dust was wrong too, disturbed in ways that didn't match the rest of the undisturbed cellar. Bruce set down his inventory list and examined the rack more closely. Running his fingers along the ornate carvings, he felt variations in texture that suggested more than decorative purpose. The design incorporated nautical motifs, ships, anchors, compass, roses, executed with a level of detail that spoke of deep personal significance to whoever had commissioned it. The mechanism was cleverly hidden, built into what appeared to be decorative ironwork. A ship's wheel carved in relief was actually functional, turning with well-oiled silence when pressed. When rotated in the correct sequence, coordinates, Bruce realized, latitude and longitude that corresponded to Gotham Harbor. The entire rack swung inward on hidden hinges, revealing a passage that had been carved directly into the bedrock. Unlike the hidden rooms he'd recently discovered, this space felt older, more fundamental to the manor's original construction. The passage was narrow, requiring him to turn sideways in places, and descended at a steep angle. Tool marks on the walls showed this had been excavated by hand, a massive undertaking that would have required years of secret labor. Bruce's flashlight beam penetrated the darkness, revealing a chamber that took his breath away. The room was vast, far larger than the passage had suggested, carved from living rock with vaulted ceilings that disappeared into shadow. But it was the contents that made him stop in his tracks. The walls were covered in maps, not modern prints but hand-drawn charts on vellum and parchment, some so old their edges crumbled at the slightest disturbance. The room was dominated by a massive table, its surface scarred by centuries of use, covered in navigation instruments that belonged in a maritime museum. Sextants, compasses, and astrolabes were arranged with the same care a surgeon might show for their instruments. But it was the content of the maps that made Bruce's blood run cold. These weren't simple trade routes marking the exchange of goods. As his light played across the ancient documents, he saw notations that told a darker story. Ships' manifests, written in faded ink, human cargo catalogued with the same dispassionate precision as barrels of molasses or bolts of cloth. Routes that traced the trafficking of human beings across oceans and continents, all leading back to Gotham, all bearing the Wayne family seal. One map, prominently displayed, showed the Atlantic Ocean crisscrossed with lines. Each line was annotated with dates, ship names, and numbers. The numbers, Bruce realized with growing horror, represented human beings. The middle passage was mapped with the efficiency of a subway system, showing optimal routes for minimizing travel time while maximizing cargo capacity. Bruce approached the central table with growing dread. Ledgers lay open, their pages yellow with age, but their contents still legible. The entries were meticulous, recording transactions that spanned generations. The early entries, dating to the 1700s, were brazen in their terminology. Later ones became more coded, but the meaning remained clear to anyone willing to see it. July 15, 1743, the Good Fortune arrives with 217 souls aboard. Losses during passage, 31. Market prices remain strong. Total profit after expenses, £4,670 sterling, 0 pence. Next voyage commissioned for September, October 2, 1761. Arrangement with Chief Tamarquin concluded. His people to be relocated west of the river. Mineral rights transferred to Wayne Holdings. Resistance expected to be minimal given reduced population from last winter's sickness. March 18, 1798. Chinese laborers contracted through Canton intermediaries. 5-year terms, though renewal expected given local economic conditions. Opium distribution to commence through established channels to ensure workforce compliance. Brucey's hands trembled as he turned page after page, each revealing new depths of exploitation. The Wayne fortune hadn't been built on clever business deals and industrial innovation alone. It had been built on suffering, on the systematic dehumanization of entire populations, on theft disguised as commerce. A separate section of the room contained more recent documents, late 1800s and early 1900s. Here the exploitation had evolved, become more sophisticated. Instead of direct human trafficking, the records showed opium distribution networks. Maps traced routes through China, India, and into America's immigrant communities. The Waynes had been drug dealers on an international scale, creating addiction to ensure a compliant workforce and steady profits. The documentation was staggering in its completeness. Shipping schedules showing regular opium deliveries, chemical formulations designed to maximize addiction while maintaining workforce functionality, distribution networks that reached into every major American city. financial projections that calculated human misery as a commodity to be optimized. One ledger contained particularly disturbing entries about Gotham's Chinatown. The Wayne Trading Company had deliberately fostered opium addiction among Chinese immigrants, then used their desperation to acquire labor at below subsistence wages. When workers died from overdoses or malnutrition, they were replaced from a seemingly endless supply of equally desperate souls. February 1887, Chinatown operation proceeding as projected. Addiction rates at 67% of adult male population. Labor costs reduced by 45% compared to non-addicted workers. Mortality remains within acceptable parameters. Recommend expansion to Italian and Irish sectors. Bruce found himself sinking into a chair that had probably been used by his ancestors as they planned these atrocities. The leather was worn smooth by generations of use, and he could almost feel the weight of those who had sat here before, calculating profits from human misery. The weight of generational sin pressed down on him like the tons of earth above the cellar. Every comfort he'd ever enjoyed, every resource he used as Batman, every dollar he donated to charity, all of it tainted by this original sin. Among the papers he found personal correspondence, letters between Wayne patriarchs discussing their ventures with the casual tone of men discussing weather. One particularly chilling exchange, dated 1823, discussed the merits of different population groups for various types of labor, comparing human beings like livestock breeds. Dear Cousin Erasmus, your inquiry regarding optimal workforce selection is well timed. We have found the Africans most suited to agricultural work, their constitutions apparently adapted to heat and heavy labor. The Chinese excel at detail work and accept opium as partial payment, reducing cash expenditures. The Irish, while problematic in their social habits, work well in dangerous conditions as they seem to value life less than other stocks. I recommend diversification based on intended application. Your devoted relative, Jeremiah Wayne. But what struck Bruce most forcefully were the margin notes, generations of Waynes grappling with their inherited guilt. Some entries showed attempts at justification, appeals to the customs of their time, the necessities of business. Others showed genuine horror and attempts at reform. His great-grandfather Patrick Wayne had written extensively in the margins documenting his disgust and his failed attempts to divest the family of these blood-soaked investments. "This is monstrous," Patrick had scrawled next to a particularly cold calculation of profit per enslaved person. "How do my forebears sleep, knowing what they've done? How do I sleep, benefiting from their crimes?" Another note, in different ink suggesting it was written later, "Tried to end the opium trade through our subsidiaries. Board overruled me. They say too much depends on it. Not just profits, but the entire structure of our holdings. To pull this thread would unravel everything. God help me, I lack the courage to lose it all for righteousness' sake." Bruce recognized the handwriting from other family documents. Patrick Wayne, who his grandfather's hidden study revealed had become Gotham's first vigilante. Now Bruce understood why. It had been an attempt at atonement, a way to fight crime after profiting from it for so long. The maps themselves were works of terrible art. Drawn with precision and skill, they showed not just routes but entire systems of exploitation. Arrows tracked the flow of human misery from African coasts to American plantations, from Chinese ports to railroad camps, from indigenous lands to Wayne-owned mines and factories. Gotham sat at the center of it all, a spider in a web of suffering that stretched across the globe. Each map told its own story, One showed the systematic depopulation of West African regions, with notes about which local leaders could be bribed to provide captives. Another detailed the opium supply chain, from poppy fields in Afghanistan to processing facilities in India to distribution centers in American cities. A third mapped indigenous territories before and after Wayne Trading's intervention, showing how peoples who had lived on lands for millennia were reduced to tiny reservations or eliminated entirely. One map, more recent than the others, caught Bruce's eye. It was dated 1919 and showed Gotham itself in detail. Neighborhoods were marked with different colors, and a legend explained the coding. Green for suitable for development, red for population replacement recommended, yellow for industrial workforce reservoir. The Wayne Trading Company hadn't just exploited foreign populations, they'd engaged in systematic social engineering within Gotham itself. Accompanying documents explained the strategy in chilling detail. Poor neighborhoods would be systematically deprived of resources, driving property values down until Wayne subsidiaries could acquire them cheaply. Then, depending on the designation, they would either be gentrified for profit or maintained as sources of cheap labor. Crime was not just tolerated but subtly encouraged in certain areas, as it further depressed values and justified the poverty wages paid to desperate workers. Bruce cross-referenced the neighborhoods with his knowledge of modern Gotham. The patterns were unmistakable. Areas marked for population replacement had become Gotham's most troubled neighborhoods: Crime Alley, the Bowery, the East End. The documents suggested deliberate economic manipulation to drive out existing residents and replace them with more suitable populations. A folder marked competition elimination contained evidence of even darker deeds. The Waynes hadn't just exploited, they'd actively destroyed rivals who showed too much conscience. Business competitors who refused to participate in human trafficking found their ships sabotaged, their warehouses burned, their families threatened. One particularly tragic account detailed the systematic destruction of the Crown family, who had attempted to establish ethical trade practices in Gotham. The Crown's situation has been resolved. Their primary warehouse suffered an unfortunate fire, destroying their inventory and financial records. Young Master Crown has developed a laudanum habit after his accident, making him unsuitable to continue the business. The family departed for California this morning. Their waterfront properties are now available for acquisition at favorable terms. As Bruce delved deeper into the archive, he found evidence that some Waynes had tried to make amends. Anonymous donations to abolitionist causes, secret funding of underground railroad stations, attempts to provide health care and education to exploited populations. But these efforts, while admirable, were drops of clean water in an ocean of blood. They were bandages on wounds the Wayne family had inflicted and continued to profit from. One ledger documented these attempts at restitution and the family conflicts they caused. Susanna Wayne had diverted significant funds to abolitionist causes before being committed to an asylum by her husband, a commitment that the documents suggested was motivated more by financial control than genuine concern for her mental health. Her son Marcus had tried to continue her work, but had died under suspicious circumstances at age 28. The most recent documents, dating from the 1920s to the 1940s, showed the transformation of Wayne Trading into Wayne Enterprises. The trafficking and drug dealing had ended, replaced by legitimate business. But the maps showed clearly how the wealth generated by those crimes had been laundered through real estate, manufacturing, and finance. Every major Wayne holding could be traced back to blood money. Bruce found himself studying a particular map showing property acquisitions in Gotham during the Great Depression. The Wayne family had used the economic crisis to acquire vast holdings at desperate prices, expanding their empire while others suffered. The pattern was clear. They had helped create the conditions that led to the crash, then profited from the misery that followed. A leather journal tucked among the ledgers provided more personal insight. It belonged to Alan Wayne, Bruce's great-great-grandfather, one of the architects of modern Gotham. His entries revealed a man tormented by his inheritance, but unable to break free from it. I tell myself that I am building something good from evil foundations, that Gotham's gleaming towers will somehow justify the bones they're built upon. But in the dark hours before dawn, I hear the voices of those we destroyed. They ask not for justice, that is beyond my power to give, but for acknowledgement, for someone to say, this happened, this was wrong, we did this. I've calculated the number of lives destroyed by our enterprise. The mathematics are staggering. If each enslaved person had descendants, if each addicted worker had family, if each displaced indigenous person had children, the numbers run into millions. Millions of lives bent or broken to build our fortune. How does one atone for that? How does one even begin? Bruce recognized the thought pattern. It was similar to his own rationalizations about using his inherited wealth to fund Batman's activities. The cycle of using blood money for good purposes, hoping the end would somehow sanctify the means. But Alan's journal showed where that thinking led, to a lifetime of guilt without resolution, good works that never quite balanced the scales. As he continued through the documents, Bruce discovered something that made his heart sink further. The maps didn't just document past crimes. They revealed ongoing benefits. Properties acquired through exploitation still generated income. International holdings established through trafficking still produced profits. The Wayne fortune wasn't just built on historical crimes. It continued to benefit from them. One folder contained legal documents showing how various Wayne holdings had been structured to obscure their origins. Shell companies, offshore accounts, complex trusts, all designed to distance the current fortune from its bloody sources while maintaining the flow of wealth. Bruce recognized some of these structures. He'd used them himself to fund Batman's operations, never questioning their origins. The sophistication was remarkable. Properties taken from displaced peoples had been transferred through so many intermediary holdings that tracing them back to their origins would require exactly the kind of documentation this room provided. Profits from the opium trade had been invested in legitimate businesses that now formed the backbone of Wayne Enterprises. The transformation was so complete that even forensic accountants would struggle to connect current assets to historical crimes without this roadmap. The room also contained evidence of external threats, letters demanding blackmail payments, threats from those who knew the Wayne secrets, records of payments made to keep the truth buried. The Wayne family had been paying for silence for generations, adding financial corruption to their moral burden. One series of documents particularly disturbed Bruce. They showed how the Wayne Trading Company had deliberately triggered economic downturns to acquire assets cheaply, market manipulations in the 1870s, bank runs in the 1890s, even contributing to the conditions that led to the 1929 crash. The Waynes hadn't just profited from others' misfortune, they'd actively created it. Operation Market Correction proceeding as planned. Rumors successfully planted regarding Gotham First National's reserves. Expect run-on bank within the week. Wayne holdings transferred to secure institutions. Estimate 40% reduction in real estate values within affected sectors. Acquisition teams prepared. As the hours passed in that underground chamber, Bruce felt the weight of history pressing down on him. Every document revealed new horrors, new victims, new sins to account for. The Wayne legacy wasn't just complicated, it was catastrophic. Generations of suffering had been transmuted into the wealth he'd inherited. But among the darkness, he found glimpses of light. Records of Wayne family members who had fought against the system. Susanna Wayne, who had secretly funded abolitionist newspapers. Marcus Wayne, who had sacrificed his inheritance trying to reform the company from within. Others who had tried and failed to turn the Wayne fortune toward justice. A map dated 1888 showed something different. Instead of trade routes, it documented what appeared to be reparation efforts. Properties given to freed slaves, anonymous donations to immigrant communities, medical facilities established in exploited neighborhoods. Someone had been trying to make amends, though the scale was woefully inadequate to the crimes committed. The documentation showed this had been Patrick Wayne's work, carried out in secret to avoid family opposition. He had managed to redirect approximately 2% of Wayne holdings toward reparative efforts before his death. His notes showed plans for much more extensive reparations that had never been implemented. Bruce photographed everything, building a comprehensive record of his family's crimes. As he worked, he began forming plans. If the Wayne fortune was built on exploitation, it could be rebuilt on reparation. If his ancestors had stolen, he could restore. If they had destroyed, he could create. The task would be monumental. Tracing descendants of those harmed across centuries, calculating appropriate reparations, restructuring Wayne enterprises to address historical injustices. It would take years, perhaps generations. It might well consume the entire Wayne fortune. Good, Bruce thought. Let it be consumed in the cause of justice rather than preserved as a monument to injustice. As dawn approached, Bruce emerged from the hidden chamber, carrying boxes of documents. The journey back through the narrow passage seemed longer, weighted down not just by the physical burden of the evidence, but by the moral weight of what he'd discovered. He found Alfred waiting in the main cellar, having noticed his absence. The butler's usually composed face showed concern that deepened as he saw Bruce's expression. "My word," Alfred said, seeing Bruce's expression and the materials he carried. "What have you found?" "The truth," Bruce replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion and resolve. "The real foundation of the Wayne fortune. We need to contact legal teams, historians, genealogists. This is going to change everything." Alfred helped him carry the boxes upward, and as they climbed, Bruce explained what he'd discovered. The butler's face showed no surprise at the revelation of historical crimes. Perhaps anyone who'd lived long enough in Gotham expected such darkness, but deep sadness at the scope and systematic nature of the exploitation. Over the following days, Bruce assembled a team of experts to review the documents, historians to verify their authenticity and trace their implications, lawyers to understand the legal ramifications, ethicists to help navigate the moral complexities of addressing centuries-old crimes. Dr. Leslie Tompkins, brought in to consult on the medical aspects of the exploitation, was horrified but not entirely surprised. "I've always wondered," she said quietly, reviewing documents about deliberately fostered addiction, "how the Wayne fortune grew so large so quickly. Gotham's other founding families have similar secrets, I suspect." That gave Bruce another angle to consider. The Wayne documents implicated other Gotham families. The Elliots had partnered in several trafficking ventures. The Cobblepots had run opium dens supplied by Wayne Trading. The entire structure of Gotham's elite was built on these crimes. Exposing it all would shake the city to its foundations. Professor Diana Strongwater, an indigenous historian Bruce brought in to review the land theft documentation, provided crucial perspective. "Your family's records are more complete than most," she said, studying the maps with professional detachment that couldn't quite hide her pain. "Usually these crimes are hidden or destroyed. The fact that your ancestors documented their crimes so meticulously is unusual. It suggests some of them knew what they were doing was wrong, even as they did it." She spent days with the maps, tracing the displacement of her own people among others. "This explains so much," she said at one point, finding documentation of a treaty her tribe had supposedly signed. "We always maintained our leaders never agreed to leave our lands. Here's proof. The signatures were forged. The leaders who signed were already dead when the document was created." Marcus Slate, a community organizer whose ancestors had been trafficked by Wayne Trading, had a different reaction when Bruce approached him. "You want to make reparations?" he asked, skepticism clear in his voice. "Your family destroyed entire communities, broke up families, created generational trauma that persists to this day. How do you make reparations for that?" Bruce had no easy answer. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I have to try. The wealth exists. The documentation exists. We can trace descendants, calculate damages, make payments. It won't undo the harm, but it might help address ongoing effects." The conversation that followed was difficult, but necessary. Slate challenged every assumption, questioned every proposal, forced Bruce to confront the inadequacy of any reparative effort against the scale of historical harm. But eventually, grudgingly, he agreed to help shape the program. "Not because I think you can fix what your family broke," he said, "but because something is better than nothing, and because maybe, just maybe, this kind of acknowledgement and effort can prevent future harm." The scale of the project was staggering. Wayne Trading had operated for over 2 centuries, affecting hundreds of thousands of lives. Tracking descendants, verifying claims, calculating appropriate reparations. It would require a massive organizational effort. Bruce established the Wayne Historical Justice Foundation, separate from the main Wayne Foundation. Its mission was simple in concept, complex in execution: to identify and make reparations to those harmed by Wayne Trading's operations. He seeded it with a significant portion of his personal wealth and committed Wayne Enterprises to annual contributions that would represent a meaningful percentage of profits. The work began slowly. Genealogists traced family lines disrupted by trafficking. Historians documented the full scope of Wayne Trading's operations. Community organizations in affected areas were consulted on how reparations might best serve current residents. Not everyone supported the effort. Some Wayne Enterprises board members argued that addressing historical crimes would bankrupt the company. Others worried about legal liability. A few even suggested that digging up the past served no one. Bruce overruled them all. In a board meeting that would become legendary in Gotham business circles, he laid out the evidence of Wayne Trading's crimes and announced the reparations program. Wayne Enterprises was built on a foundation of human misery, he said, his voice carrying the authority of absolute conviction. "We have profited from trafficking, drug dealing, and theft on a massive scale. We can no longer pretend ignorance or claim that past crimes have no present consequences. From this day forward, a significant portion of our profits will go toward addressing the harm our predecessors caused." The announcement sent shockwaves through Gotham and beyond. Some praised Bruce's moral courage, Others condemned him for undermining business confidence. Stock prices fluctuated wildly as investors tried to calculate the financial impact. But in communities that had suffered under Wayne Trading's exploitation, the reaction was different. Cautious hope mixed with deep skepticism. Would this be another empty gesture from the wealthy? Or would real resources flow to those who needed them? Bruce was determined it would be the latter. He personally oversaw the establishment of clinics in neighborhoods ravaged by Wayne Trading's drug operations. Educational programs were funded in communities disrupted by trafficking. Land was returned to indigenous groups where clear documentation existed. The process wasn't without controversy. Determining appropriate reparations across centuries was complex. Some claimed damages far exceeding what could be documented. Others accused Bruce of trying to buy absolution for his family's sins. The legal challenges were numerous and ongoing. But the work continued. Each month, the Wayne Historical Justice Foundation published reports on its activities, payments made, programs established, land transferred. It was transparency on a scale the Wayne family had never before attempted. Batman's activities took on new meaning in light of these revelations. As he fought crime in Gotham's streets, Bruce understood more deeply how those streets had been shaped by his family's crimes. The poverty that bred desperation, the addiction that destroyed lives, the systemic inequalities that made crime seem like the only option. All of it could be traced back, in part, to Wayne Trading's operations. His approach to crime fighting evolved. Where once he might have simply apprehended criminals, now he looked for root causes that could be addressed through the reparations program. A drug dealer might be arrested, but the neighborhood that economic desperation had made vulnerable to drug trade would receive investment and support. The maps themselves were preserved, displayed in a public museum Bruce established. The Wayne Trading Archives became a center for research into historical injustices and their modern consequences. School groups toured the exhibits, learning how wealth and poverty were deliberately created rather than naturally occurring. One unexpected consequence was the number of other families who came forward with their own dark histories. Inspired or shamed by Bruce's transparency, some of Gotham's other elite began their own reckonings. The Elliott family established a fund for addiction treatment. The Cobblepots, those not in prison, contributed to criminal justice reform. It wasn't enough. It could never be enough. The scale of historical injustice was too vast, its consequences too deeply embedded in society's structure. But it was a beginning. As the years passed, the Wayne fortune diminished, redirected toward healing rather than hoarding. Wayne Enterprises remained profitable, but no longer accumulated wealth at its previous pace. Much of what came in went out again, flowing to communities that had been sources of extraction for centuries. Bruce found peace in this diminishment. Each dollar spent on reparations felt like lifting a weight from his soul. The manor remained, the company continued, but the vast accumulation of wealth that had defined the Wayne family for generations was being steadily redistributed. The work would outlive Bruce. He structured the foundation to continue beyond any individual, with governance shared among representatives of affected communities. The Wayne fortune would continue flowing toward justice long after the last Wayne was gone. One night, standing in the map room he'd discovered, Bruce reflected on the journey from revelation to action. The maps remained on the walls, but now they were annotated with new information. Reparations made, programs established, communities rebuilt. The roots that had once carried misery now traced pathways of restoration. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't complete. The harm done across centuries couldn't be undone by any amount of money or effort. But it was acknowledgement. It was attempt. It was saying to the ghosts Alan Wayne had heard in his darkest hours, "This happened. This was wrong. We did this. And now we try to make it right." While Bruce Wayne sought to make amends for his family's documented crimes against humanity, another Wayne legacy waited in the shadows of the manor. In a study hidden behind clockwork mechanisms, perfectly preserved since the 1960s, lay evidence that the fight for justice wasn't new to the Wayne line, that Bruce's grandfather Patrick had walked the vigilante's path decades before, wrestling with the same demons of inherited sin and the corruption that ran to Gotham's very core. Join us for Grandfather's Hidden Study. The grandfather clock in Wayne Manor's main hall had kept impeccable time for over a century, its pendulum marking the heartbeat of the house through generations of joy and sorrow. Bruce Wayne stood before it now in the amber light of early evening, toolbox in hand, preparing to address a mechanical irregularity that had developed over the past week. The clock had begun losing time. Just a few seconds each day, but enough to disturb the precision that had always characterized this particular timepiece. The clock itself was a masterwork of craftsmanship, standing nearly 8 feet tall, its mahogany case bearing the intricate carvings that marked it as the work of master clockmaker Josiah Whitmore. Bruce's grandfather, Patrick Wayne, had commissioned it in 1962, shortly before his death. It had been one of his last additions to the manor, and the family had maintained it with religious devotion ever since. Bruce opened the glass door protecting the clock face, breathing in the familiar scent of lemon oil and old wood. The mechanism within was visible through a secondary glass panel. Gears and springs arranged in precise formation, each component serving its essential purpose in the measurement of time. As he began his examination, Bruce noticed something unusual. One of the gears showed wear patterns inconsistent with normal operation, as if it had been engaged with mechanisms beyond the standard clockwork. His fingers found an irregularity in the carved panel behind the pendulum chamber. What appeared to be decorative scrollwork was actually a cleverly disguised latch. When pressed in the correct sequence, a sequence Bruce deduced from the wear patterns themselves, the entire back panel of the clock swung inward on hidden hinges. Beyond lay not the war he expected, but a narrow passage that had been built into the manor's very structure. The craftsmanship was exceptional, the passage walls lined with the same mahogany as the clock case, creating the illusion that one was stepping through the clock itself into another realm. Cool air flowed from the darkness beyond, carrying with it the scent of leather, paper, and something else. The lingering trace of pipe tobacco, a ghost of presence from decades past. Bruce retrieved a flashlight from his toolbox and entered the passage. It extended perhaps 10 feet before opening into a room that took his breath away. The study was perfectly preserved, as if its occupant had merely stepped out for a moment rather than been dead for over 30 years. Every surface, every object, every detail spoke of careful planning and meticulous maintenance. The room was octagonal, with built-in bookshelves covering 6 of the 8 walls. The 7th wall contained a massive corkboard covered in photographs, newspaper clippings, and hand-drawn diagrams connected by colored string. An investigation board that would have been at home in any modern police precinct. The 8th wall, opposite the entrance, held something that made Bruce's heart skip. A costume displayed on a mannequin, grey and ethereal, clearly meant to inspire fear in criminals, while allowing its wearer to move unseen through Gotham's nights. The Grey Ghost. Bruce had heard whispers of this urban legend throughout his childhood. Stories of a phantom who had stalked Gotham's criminals in the 1950s and early 1960s. Most dismissed such tales as mythology, conflated memories of early Batman sightings or simple fancy. But here was proof that the Grey Ghost had been real, and he had been Patrick Wayne. Bruce moved deeper into the study, his trained eye cataloguing everything. The desk at the room's center was a masterpiece of organization. Files were arranged chronologically, each labeled in his grandfather's precise handwriting. The earliest dated to 1955, the last to just days before Patrick's death in 1963. Between them lay 8 years of meticulous documentation of Gotham's criminal underworld. The first file Bruce opened revealed his grandfather's methodology. Patrick had been systematic in his approach, using his business connections and social position to gather intelligence on Gotham's emerging crime families. The Falcones, the Maronis, the Thorns. All were documented in their infancy, before they became the powerhouses that would later plague the city. Patrick had seen the danger they represented, and had acted to contain them. But it was the section marked "The Court" that drew Bruce's immediate attention. Here, Patrick's usual precise documentation gave way to something more cautious, more fearful. Pages were written in code, photographs were deliberately obscured, and entire sections had been redacted by Patrick's own hand. Yet enough remained to paint a chilling picture. The Court of Owls. Even Batman, with all his resources and intelligence networks, had only fragmentary information about this secret society. But Patrick Wayne had documented them extensively, tracking their influence through Gotham's history, identifying members, mapping their operations, and then, in an entry dated March 15, 1961, a revelation that changed everything. The investigation has led to an impossible conclusion. The court's innermost circle, the Parliament of Owls, includes a name I never expected to find. Alan Wayne, my own father. The man who built modern Gotham is also one of those who control it from the shadows. Everything I am, everything I have, comes from an organization I've spent years fighting. I am the heir to corruption incarnate. Bruce sank into his grandfather's chair, the weight of this discovery adding to the already heavy burden of his family's sins. Alan Wayne, the same man whose journal Bruce had found in the wine cellar, tormented by guilt over the Wayne fortune's bloody origins, had also been part of the Court of Owls. The layers of deception and complicity seemed endless. Patrick's subsequent entries detailed his agonizing decision-making process. He couldn't directly oppose his father without endangering the entire Wayne family. The court did not tolerate betrayal, and their reach extended into every corner of Gotham society. Instead, Patrick had chosen a more subtle path, playing the dutiful son and heir, while secretly working to undermine the court's operations as the Grey Ghost. I have perfected the act now. By day, I'm Patrick Wayne, playboy and dilettante, following in my father's footsteps. By night, I'm something else entirely. The ghost haunts the court's operations, disrupting their plans, protecting their intended victims. They suspect nothing. Who would imagine that one of their own sons has declared war upon them? The investigation board revealed the full scope of Patrick's double life. Red string connected court operations to ghost interventions. A planned assassination foiled by an anonymous tip to the police. A judge marked for corruption, saved by evidence of the bribery attempt appearing on his desk. Children targeted for recruitment into the court's Talon program, spirited away to safety before they could be taken. Bruce found equipment stored in cabinets along the walls. Primitive by modern standards, but innovative for its time. Smoke pellets that predated Batman's own by decades. Grappling equipment adapted from mountain climbing gear. Recording devices miniaturized beyond what should have been possible in the 1960s. Patrick Wayne had been a technological pioneer, driven by necessity to innovate. A leather-bound journal provided more personal insights into Patrick's mission. His writing revealed a man caught between worlds, unable to fully embrace either identity. Father grows suspicious. My absences are becoming harder to explain. Last night he asked pointed questions about my whereabouts when the ghost disrupted the Carmichael elimination. I laughed it off, made jokes about my evening with the Stafford twins, played the fool he expects me to be. But his eyes, he knows something. The court has survived for centuries by seeing through deceptions. How long before they see through mine? The emotional toll was evident in later entries. Patrick wrote of the isolation, the constant fear of discovery, the weight of fighting alone against an organization that included his own family. He couldn't trust anyone completely. The court's reach was too vast, their agents too numerous. Even within Wayne Manor, he had to maintain his facade. Thomas asks why I don't spend more time with him. My son, 8 years old, bright and curious, and already showing signs of the Wayne intelligence. How can I explain that I stay distant to protect him? That every moment of affection is a vulnerability the court might exploit? Better he think me cold than lose him to their machinations. Bruce paused at this entry, struck by the parallel to his own relationship with his father. Thomas Wayne had seemed distant at times, absorbed in his work. Now Bruce wondered if that distance had been inherited behavior passed from Patrick to Thomas, a family tradition of isolation born from dangerous secrets. The files revealed that Patrick had been building a comprehensive case against the court, gathering evidence that would expose them completely. But he'd faced an impossible dilemma. Exposing the court meant exposing Alan Wayne, destroying the Wayne family reputation and fortune. Everything Thomas would inherit, everything that could be used for good, would be tainted by association. I found others like myself, sons and daughters of the court who see its evil. Eleanor Zatara, whose father was inducted last year, Marcus Cobblepot, fighting to keep his family from falling under their sway. We meet in secret, share information, coordinate our efforts. We call ourselves the League of Shadows, not for evil, as that name would later signify, but because we fight from the shadows against shadow. But we are so few, and they are so many. Bruce cross-referenced these names with his own files. Eleanor Zatara, mother of Giovanni Zatara, grandmother of Zatanna. Marcus Cobblepot, murdered in 1962, his death officially listed as a boating accident. The League of Shadows, Patrick described, bore no resemblance to the organization Batman would later encounter, suggesting the name had been co-opted, corrupted, like so many good intentions in Gotham. The Grey Ghost's equipment evolved over the years, documented in meticulous detail. Patrick had been an engineer at heart, constantly refining his tools. Bruce found blueprints for vehicles, including what appeared to be an early Batmobile prototype, a modified 1950s sedan with armor plating and primitive crime-fighting equipment. In the corner of the study, covered by a dust cloth, Bruce found the vehicle's steering wheel and gear shift, removed and preserved like holy relics. One file contained something that made Bruce's blood run cold. Surveillance photographs of Thomas and Martha Wayne, dated from the early 1960s. Notes in Patrick's hand indicated the court had been watching his son, evaluating him for potential membership. Patrick had worked desperately to make Thomas appear unsuitable. Too idealistic, too independent, too incorruptible to be trusted with the court's secrets. They're watching Thomas at medical school. Reports of his bleeding heart tendencies, his insistence on treating poor patients for free have reached the Parliament. Good. Let them think him a fool, an idealist. Better that than see him as a potential recruit. I've failed in many things, but I will not fail in this. My son will never know the curse of the court. But Patrick hadn't been able to protect Thomas completely. Another file, marked with black borders indicating extreme importance, contained evidence that the court had partially recruited Thomas through the Gotham Health Initiative. They had manipulated him into their eugenics program without revealing their true nature, using his idealism against him. Patrick's notes showed his horror at discovering this connection. They've done it. Not through direct recruitment, but through manipulation. Thomas believes he's helping Gotham, never realizing the initiative is a court operation. I've tried to warn him subtly, but he's too deep now. If I reveal the full truth, they'll kill us all. I can only hope he discovers their nature himself and has the strength to break free. Bruce now understood the full tragedy. Patrick had fought to keep his son from the court, only to watch Thomas be ensnared anyway. Thomas had discovered the truth and tried to expose it, only to be murdered for his efforts. And now Bruce, the third generation, had inherited not just the family fortune, but the family burden, the eternal struggle against the Court of Owls. The study contained evidence of Patrick's final investigation. In 1963, he had discovered something that changed everything. A list of Gotham's children marked for Talon conversion. The court's program to create unstoppable assassins from traumatized youth was entering a new phase. The list included names Bruce recognized, children who had disappeared in the 1960s, never to be found. I cannot allow this. Tomorrow night, I make my stand. The ghost will strike at the heart of their operation. I've sent evidence to trusted journalists, set deadlines that will trigger if I don't return. Either the court falls tomorrow, or I do. But these children will not become their weapons. The next entry was in a different hand. Alfred's father, Jarvis Pennyworth. Master Patrick died last night in what the authorities are calling a car accident. His vehicle went off the Goodwin Bridge during a sudden storm. No body was recovered. Master Thomas is devastated. As per Master Patrick's instructions, I have sealed this room. Perhaps someday, when the time is right, another Wayne will find this place and understand. The mission continues, even if the man does not. Bruce found himself overwhelmed by the weight of history. 3 generations of Waynes had fought against Gotham's darkness, each in their own way, each paying a terrible price. Patrick had died fighting the court, Thomas had died trying to expose corruption, and Bruce had become Batman, never knowing he was following a path his grandfather had blazed decades before. Among Patrick's final effects, Bruce found a letter addressed simply, "To my heir." The envelope was sealed with wax bearing the Wayne family crest. With trembling hands, Bruce opened it. If you are reading this, then you have found my sanctum and learned my secret. You are likely my son Thomas, or perhaps a grandchild I will never meet. Know this. The Wayne family is caught in an eternal struggle between the darkness of our origins and the light of what we might become. Our fortune is built on blood. Our name carries weight because of ancient crimes. And some of us have been part of an organization that rules Gotham from the shadows, treating its people as pawns in games of power. But we are not defined by our origins. Each generation has the choice to perpetuate the darkness or fight against it. I chose to fight, imperfectly, inadequately, but with all my strength. I pray you will do the same. In this room you will find everything I learned about the Court of Owls. They are patient, powerful, and utterly ruthless. They have shaped Gotham for centuries and will continue to do so unless someone stops them. That someone might be you. But be warned, the court does not forgive betrayal. If you choose to oppose them, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything. Your comfort, your reputation, perhaps your life. The Grey Ghost died so that Patrick Wayne could maintain his cover. What will you sacrifice for justice? I leave you with tools, knowledge, and a burden I wish I could spare you. Use them wisely, trust carefully, and remember, in the darkest night, even the smallest light can make a difference. Your ancestor in shadow, Patrick Wayne. Bruce set down the letter, his mind racing with implications. The Court of Owls was still active in Gotham. He had encountered them himself as Batman, but now he understood the true depth of their connection to his family. They weren't just enemies of Batman. They were enemies of the Wayne line itself, a generational conflict that had claimed his grandfather and possibly contributed to his parents' deaths. The study held more secrets. Hidden compartments in the desk revealed correspondence between Patrick and other masked heroes of the era. The Crimson Avenger, Dr. Occult, the Sandman. Heroes thought to be urban legends had been real, and Patrick had worked with them. They had formed a loose alliance, sharing information and resources, laying the groundwork for the kind of cooperation that would later define the Justice League. One letter particularly caught Bruce's attention, from someone signing themselves only as K. Patrick, your report on the court disturbs me greatly. If such an organization exists in Gotham, similar groups may operate in other cities. We must expand our network, bring in others who fight in shadow. The enemy is larger than any of us imagined. Stay safe, old friend. The night is dark, but dawn always comes. K. Bruce suspected this was Kent Nelson, Dr. Fate, whose activities in the 1960s remained largely mysterious. The letter suggested a wider network of heroes than history recorded, all connected through Patrick Wayne's efforts. As he continued searching, Bruce found Patrick's personal effects. A pipe, still faintly scented with tobacco, reading glasses folded neatly on an unfinished crossword puzzle, a photograph of young Thomas Wayne, aged 10, smiling at the camera with no knowledge of the dangers surrounding his family. The humanity of these objects struck Bruce forcefully. Patrick Wayne hadn't been just the Grey Ghost or a Wayne heir. He had been a man with simple pleasures and deep loves who had sacrificed a normal life to protect others. The Grey Ghost costume itself deserved special attention. Up close, Bruce could see the thought that had gone into its design. The grey fabric was specially treated to absorb light, making the wearer nearly invisible in darkness. The cape could rigid when electrical current was applied, allowing for gliding, a primitive version of Batman's own memory cloth cape. The mask incorporated early night vision technology, bulky by modern standards but revolutionary for its time. Patrick had been more than just Gotham's first vigilante. He had been an innovator whose ideas laid groundwork Bruce himself had built upon. The similarities between their approaches were too numerous to be coincidental. Had Thomas Wayne, consciously or unconsciously, passed on knowledge of his father's methods? Had Alfred's family preserved more information than they'd revealed? The connections between past and present multiplied with each discovery. A final cabinet revealed Patrick's contingency plans. He had prepared for his probable death with characteristic thoroughness. Safe houses throughout Gotham, their locations coded but decipherable. Swiss bank accounts holding funds for future operations. Contact protocols for reaching his allies' descendants. And, most remarkably, detailed psychological profiles of potential successors, including one for a hypothetical grandson who might one day take up the mission. The profile was eerily accurate. Patrick had predicted that any Wayne who discovered this legacy would be driven by trauma, would need to transform pain into purpose. He had even anticipated the likelihood of his successor creating a more theatrical persona than the subtle grey ghost. Fear is a tool, he had written, but it must be wielded precisely. Too little and criminals dismiss you. Too much and you become the very thing you fight against. As night deepened outside the hidden study, Bruce found himself sitting in his grandfather's chair, surrounded by the accumulated evidence of a life spent in shadow. The parallels to his own journey were inescapable. Both had discovered terrible truths about their family. Both had chosen to fight rather than accept. Both had sacrificed personal happiness for a greater mission. But there were differences too. Patrick had fought alone, maintaining his isolation even from those who might have helped. Bruce had learned the value of allies. Alfred, Dick, Tim, Barbara, and others who shared the mission. Patrick had been trapped by the need to maintain his civilian identity within the court's structure. Bruce, benefiting from his parents' break with that corruption, had more freedom to operate. The Court of Owl's files required special attention. Patrick had identified key members, documented their operations, mapped their resources. But his information was decades old. How much had changed? How much remained relevant? Bruce began mentally cataloguing which leads to pursue, which connections to trace to the present day. One name appeared repeatedly in the recent files: William Cobb. Patrick had identified him as a leading Talon, the court's premier assassin. Notes indicated Cobb had been active since at least the 1920s, kept young through the court's mysterious preservation techniques. If Cobb still lived, and Bruce suspected he did, he represented a direct link between Patrick's era and the present. The study also contained evidence of the court's reaction to the Grey Ghost. They had suspected one of their own was the vigilante, but hadn't identified Patrick specifically. Documents showed their frustration, their increasingly desperate attempts to trap the ghost. Patrick had stayed one step ahead through a combination of inside knowledge and careful misdirection, but the strange showed in his later writings. They're closing in. Last night, Father asked about the bruises I couldn't quite hide. My excuses grow thinner with each passing day, but I've almost completed the evidence package. A few more weeks and I'll have enough to bring them all down. I just need to survive that long. He hadn't survived. The car accident that claimed Patrick Wayne bore all the hallmarks of a court assassination. They had discovered his identity, or at least suspected strongly enough to act. But they hadn't found this room, hadn't destroyed his evidence. Patrick's final victory had been in preservation, ensuring his knowledge survived, even if he didn't. Bruce began photographing everything, creating digital backups of Patrick's analog files. This information was too valuable to risk losing. As he worked, he found himself speaking aloud, addressing the grandfather he'd never met. Your sacrifice wasn't in vain. Thomas broke free from them, even if it cost him his life. And I've taken up your mission, though I never knew it was yours first. The Grey Ghost laid the foundation that Batman builds upon. The Court of Owls still threatens Gotham, but they face a Wayne who knows their secrets, who has allies and resources you could only dream of. The mission continues. As dawn approached, Bruce made a decision. This room would be preserved, but upgraded. Patrick's files would be digitized and integrated with the Batcave's computers. The Grey Ghost's equipment would be studied and honored. And the mission against the Court of Owls would intensify, armed with knowledge from the past. But first, there was someone he needed to speak with. Bruce climbed the hidden stairs and found Alfred preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Alfred," Bruce said, "tell me about your father's service to my grandfather." Alfred's hand stilled for just a moment before resuming their work. "Ah," he said quietly. "You found Master Patrick's study, then, didn't you?" "I suspected. My father left instructions, notes about maintaining certain parts of the manor with special care. He spoke occasionally of Master Patrick's dedication to justice, though never in specific terms." Alfred turned to face Bruce. He would be proud to know his grandson followed in his footsteps, even without knowing the path had been walked before. They talked through the morning, Alfred sharing fragments of memory, Bruce revealing what he'd discovered. The butler's eyes misted when Bruce described the Grey Ghost costume, the investigation files, the evidence of Patrick's lonely crusade. "3 generations," Alfred murmured. "Patrick, Thomas, and now you, each fighting the same battle in your own way. Perhaps that's the true Wayne legacy. Not the fortune or the company, but the refusal to accept injustice." Bruce nodded, thinking of the letter Patrick had left for his heir. The choice each generation faced: perpetuate darkness or fight against it. Patrick had chosen to fight. Thomas had chosen to fight. And Bruce would continue that fight, armed with knowledge of the past and hope for the future. The grandfather clock continued its steady ticking, no longer losing time. Bruce had repaired more than just its mechanism. He had restored a connection between past and present, between the Grey Ghost and Batman, between a grandfather he'd never known and the mission they shared. In the Batcave that night, Bruce stood before his own costume, thinking of Patrick donning the grey suit decades before. Both of them had transformed trauma into purpose, fear into a tool for justice. The methods had evolved, the technology had advanced, but the core mission remained unchanged: to stand between Gotham and those who would prey upon it, to be the shadow that protected the light. The Court of Owls had shaped Gotham for centuries, but they had also created their own opposition. In trying to corrupt the Wayne family, they had instead forged a line of guardians. Patrick Wayne had been the first to turn their tools against them. He wouldn't be the last. As Batman prepared for patrol, he carried with him more than just his usual equipment. He carried the knowledge of his grandfather's sacrifice, the wisdom of past struggles, and the determination to honor those who had walked this path before. The Grey Ghost might be forgotten by history, but his legacy lived on in every criminal Batman stopped, every innocent he protected, every blow struck against the Court of Owls. The mission continued. It always would. That was the Wayne legacy. Not wealth or power, but the eternal choice to stand against darkness no matter the cost. 3 generations had made that choice, and somewhere in Gotham's future, perhaps another Wayne would find these hidden rooms, read these accumulated files, and make the same choice again. Until then, Batman would carry on the work, a grey ghost in black, haunting those who would harm his city. The night was long, but dawn always came. Patrick Wayne had believed that. Thomas Wayne had believed that. And Bruce Wayne would ensure that belief was justified, one night at a time, one saved life at a time, one small victory against ancient corruption at a time. The grandfather clock ticked on, marking time's passage with mechanical precision. But in its hidden depths lay timeless truth, that justice is not inherited but chosen, that each generation must decide anew whether to serve light or darkness, and that sometimes the greatest legacy a family can leave is the courage to fight against its own sins. Bruce Wayne was not just Batman. He was the heir to the Grey Ghost, the son of martyred truth-tellers, the inheritor of both terrible sins and tremendous courage. And with that inheritance came responsibility to continue the mission to protect the innocent and to ensure that the Wayne name, tainted though it might be by history, would stand for justice in the present and future. The mission continued. It always had. It always would. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night and sleep well.